a la grieta del invocador. 30 segundos para los súbditos.
¿Tú eres con una?
Sí.
¿Estás tratando de minear Evelyn o estás practicando?
Estoy practicando.
Se han generado súbditos.
Como la Evelyn ha cambiado y es uno de esos héroes a los que les compré skin porque los usaba bastante antes.
Claro,
Entonces
yo
quiero.
en su época tenía la Tango Evelyn.
Ah, ese es chévere. Yo tengo uno que es parecido a un Twisted
Nuestras
Fate,
hazañas
que tiene
forjan
una
el
rosa en la
futuro.
boca. Creo que ese es el tango.
Ese es el Tango.
Ah, son la pareja, ¿no?
También tengo el Tango.
Sí, sí, ese es el único skin de Twisted Fate que tengo.
Es el primero de muchos enemigos.
Vaya, mi counter. Yo he estado reroleando un culo de skins y abriendo cajas. No toco skins.
¡Malditos villanos!
Sí, yo también por ahí conseguí un par de skins.
¡Adelante! En el nombre del rey.
Sí, obvio. Ahorita te caigo que se termina mi ejecuta.
Este mundo necesita esperanza. ¡No titubearé!
Antes no porque te fuera a tocar. Porque me tiré que iba a hablar. Disculparé.
Demás, marcha al piso.
Ha muerto un aliado.
Es justo.
Quieren matar.
Ha muerto un enemigo.
A proteger nuestra tierra.
Esta semana es una mierda.
Ya voy a quedarte. Ya matamos a Rex.
Pero
Yo
le-
creo que
le-
se me
más
sigo
o
el
menos,
pie.
¿dónde está la edición?
Ah, la mierda.
Estoy preparado.
No te hablan de ahorita, así como- Va de guardián acá.
Ah, eso se espera.
Ahora me va a tratar de matar.
La victoria nos espera.
Ah, la mala, me matan, me matan.
Allá
te divió, pues era facilísimo.
Sí, estoy cagado, me
No te
Ah, yo te voy a campear ahorita.
voy en camino.
Ese kill de ahí ya.
Estoy
Ya
muy
parado.
atrás, no tengo nada de plata.
Ah, sí, ese juro distinto del 6. Creo que le va a caer, va a comer todos sus humos.
¡Adelante!
¿Tienes para ver invisibles?
No, eso es plata, eso es plata.
Peleamos
Voy
con
a
aquellos
leerle por
que
aquí.
no
Podemos
pueden.
esperar nuestros ultis, tenemos que tirarlos, ¿verdad? Porque los dos hacen lo mismo. Al menos ya
Ha muerto un enemigo.
Sí.
La vanguardia. Yo traigo la justicia.
¿Sabemos?
Pelearé hasta el último.
Asesinato doble enemigo.
Confía en ti mismo.
Vale, sí, está bien, sí.
Nuestro coraje nunca debe.
¿Ya se vio el señor? No, ya fue.
Un aliado.
Sé osado.
Están viendo el dragón, no dice nada. Esta parte ya está perdiendo.
Por ahora sí, el guión está muy farmeado.
Nuestras hazañas forjan el futuro. Primero de muchos enemigos. Del rey.
Sí, pero como el igual no lo mataba, le lo que pasa es que me cayó fácil.
¡No, no murió! ¡Se quedó como moría!
Ha muerto un enemigo.
Ahora sí sigue ahí como un imbécil.
¡Masacre enemiga!
Este mundo necesita esperanza.
Dos orones.
Un aliado.
Demacia marcha al unísono.
No entiendo por qué tenemos un gran support
A
que no está
proteger nuestra
cargando.
tierra. Vil escoria. A luchar contra la infamia. ¡Carga! Estoy preparado.
No, o sea,
Por demacia.
Sí, pero yo no tengo mi debate. Yo también. Yo estoy en el 11, me lleva el doble el level. Yo estoy en el 6.
necesitamos un...
No, y como te digo, yo estoy en el 6, no sé cómo está en el 11. Yo simplemente no le hago nada. Pero no puedo debería por el resto para meter diciendo.
Tu torreta.
¡Rompan sus vidas! ¡Malditos villanos!
¡Masacre enemiga!
¡Os titubearé! Lo que hacemos es justo. ¡Adelante! ¡Ah! ¡A la carga! ¡Adelante!
Digo que tira, no, después que estás viendo
Por aquí.
bastante.
¡Espero Yo traigo la justicia. Confía en ti mismo.
Si empezaste con un gank abajo.
Yo sí empecé con un gank abajo y le ganamos a Red 3. Pero de ahí los bajos nunca más volvieron a hacer nada interesante.
Nuestro coraje nunca debe titubear.
Demasiado fuerte. Y entre dos le ganamos.
Tu torreta ha sido destruida. Tu torreta ha sido destruida. Tu inhibidor ha sido destruido.
Esa ley no hace nada, ¿qué está haciendo?
Nuestras hazañas forjan el futuro.
Racha de asesinatos.
En el nombre.
Ay, estaba bien.
A ver si puedes con esto.
Demacia. Marcha al inicio. A proteger nuestra tierra.
Tú es imparable.
La victoria nos espera.
Ha muerto un
No
enemigo.
teman. Voy en camino. ¡A la carga! ¡Adelante! Peleamos por aquellos que no pueden.
¡Exterminio! Ha sido destruido.
El error también falta la hueá, la hueá está como un chino. Más o menos como siento yo y con un número que ni siquiera es cerca de ser un problema. No voy a dejar de matar, no voy a dejar de matar. Quería hacerme el ítem que salta en vez de eso. Me acabo de dar cuenta de que en verdad si la Evelyn no te alcanza, porque te tiene que meter tu W y después de 2 segundos, 2.5 segundos, cada uno que se estima y me viene bien que me quedan cosas encima. Qué feo team. No ayudaron nunca, no nos llevamos ni un solo dragón. Ni siquiera hubo necesidad, ellos ni siquiera chaparon al heraldo. Ahorita no mandes, voy al baño. ¿Nando? Hernando. Estoy fumando resinazos y me están haciendo la por la cabeza. Quiero irme el lunes al martes a comprar Wii. ¿Sabes si Chavarri está viniendo por Hermosa?
No sé, pero no sé si se puede.
Antes de decir Wii. Si hubiera sabido que Antonio Calmetti iba a estar todo el fin de semana, le pedía.
Me creé un nuevo mundo y necesito una
Puta, yo quiero jugar Barça, pero me pasé de vuelta a jugar a 15 FPS. Yo calculo que en un mes o un mes y medio ya tengo que hacer. Lo que me joda es que yo ya quería streamear.
Pero no puedes streamear con como que calidad baja.
No, calidad baja y grabando sin streamear, ni siquiera así puedo.
Pero pues se graba, puedes empezar grabando.
Mis grabaciones corren a 8 FPS.
¿Todas?
Sí, mi tarjeta de video ya no da, por eso es que solo se puede jugar LOL. Y bueno, puedo jugar Rust porque tengo un mod que le puse que le quita casi todo. Le quita el mapa, le quita la brújula, le quita el chat, le quita un montón de cosas y por eso es que me corre más o menos, pero... Y me corre a 33, entre 33 y 40 FPS. Pero el Counter, por ejemplo, me corre menos de 30 ahora. El Valheim me corre a entre 15 y 20. Pero no puedo jugar ni mierda, la verdad. Menos streamear. Y solo es la tarjeta de video, la computadora tiene 16 GB de RAM, tiene... El procesador también no es tan antiguo.
El amanecer ha
Si
llegado.
no, yo estaría streameando todos los días. Ah, un mes y medio por lo menos. Porque me faltan 350 personas. Pero como los bebés han empezado el cole y toda la weá, estamos muy ajustados.
Pucha, sí, me imagino.
Y como te digo, debí comprar, en vez de comprar la pantalla, debí comprar primero la tarjeta de video. Aunque en verdad la otra pantalla ya me pasaba de vuelta. Los colores, claro.
¿Qué monitor te compraste?
Me compré un Samsung de 70 Hz, de 22 pulgadas.
Ah, chévere. Claro, fácil, sácate ese ítem que es como una daga. El que se sacó el Rexa y con ese nos sacó la mierda.
¿Cuál daba, la azul o la naranja?
No sé, hay un azul creo, que te da un blink.
Oye, mira, los 5 tienen el mismo logo, deben ser team. Mira, los 5 tienen logo, igualito.
Te conté que la INE contra el Gunplank estoy bien.
Pero mira, tienen 2 teleports, ten cuidado.
Sí, por eso.
Se acerca la primera luz.
Yo voy a tratar de ganar la línea peleando temprano.
Bienvenidos a la grieta del invocador.
Pero
Sí, sí, sí.
tampoco pierdes mucha experiencia por rankear, man. Enfócate en tener un buen ritmo.
30 segundos para los súbditos.
No, la verdad es que yo, como no me sé bien los ritmos de ganqueo, en
Yo
verdad
te
me empiezo a
protegeré.
perder cuando ganqueo. Debería dedicarme más a mi jungla hasta el level 6, en verdad, porque antes del level 6 leveling mucho no hace tampoco.
Por eso, solo quieres gankear si la
Si están pusheadas a level.
o si está bien pusheada la línea y justo tu bota está para ahí. Pero todo el chongo de jungla es tratar de matar.
A los súbditos.
Me hicieron gastar plata.
El sol no caerá. Romperé sus filas.
Me la pagarás.
El crepúsculo se desvanece. Antes tendrán que vencerme. Siente el esplendor del sol. Defender y luchar.
Me cayó el listing, ayuda.
Ahí voy. No sé si...
Mantente a la vanguardia.
Me cogí ahí en la zona.
Porque si no era bastante militar,
Ha muerto un aliado.
Siempre alerta. El sol siempre sale.
Rata inmunda.
Soleado.
Pucha, el listing me ha recontrado una bala joven.
Elegida del sol.
Pucha, me ha recontrado una bala joven.
Ha muerto un
El
enemigo.
crepúsculo se desvanece.
Racha del enemigo.
Antes tendrán que vencerme. Siente el esplendor del sol.
El listing tiene un culo más de movilidad que yo.
Únete a mis filas.
vamos a sacar generar el...
Está 3-0 con el tipo Cruz.
Defender y luchar.
Me la pagarás.
Ay,
El crepúsculo se desvanece.
sí, sí, no,
Ha muerto un aliado.
Yo te protejo.
Ha muerto un enemigo.
El sol no caerá.
parece que Blizzard va a querer.
Siente el esplendor del sol.
Bien. Del frente me metí un Knight. Lo que está, se me dio.
Se acerca la primera luz. Siempre alerta. Antes tendrán que vencerme. Defender y luchar.
Oye, por si acá el Blizzard tiene guardiada mojón, ¿no?
Romperé sus filas. Elegida del sol.
Deberías irte a aquí. Tienes que
Únete a mis
buscar
filas.
no sé si-
Sí, pues lo raro es que el Blizzard me quedé cayendo, bueno, ahorita le cae en el medio.
Soleado. Mantente a la vanguardia. El crepúsculo se desvanece.
Puta, estoy congelado toda mi...
El sol no caerá.
¿Aló?
Me otorgó esta victoria.
Ten cuidado,
El revestimiento de torretas caerá pronto.
Siempre alerta.
Madre, creo que...
Ya ha sido destruida.
No puedo ni siquiera moverme.
Se acerca la primera luz.
Me cae todo el tiempo.
Antes tendrán que vencerme.
Es una masacre.
Defender y luchar.
tenemos bien, tenemos bien.
Elegida del sol.
Estoy hablando con sangría horrible.
Únete a mis filas.
Una torreta.
Está abajo.
Sí, pues, ¿de qué me sirve si se llevó casi todos los críos en el fondo?
Romperé sus filas.
No, eso está todo arreglado. Voy a ir y no voy a escapar, no quiero tener flash.
¿Te podrías aprovechar ahí?
No, tiene mucha movilidad y yo tengo muy poco. Me va a matar
Ha muerto un aliado.
Mantente a la vanguardia.
Yo creo ahora sí
Él de hecho sabe dónde estoy yo, de hecho sabe que me estoy llevando. Yo creo que lo tengo acá.
El sol siempre sale. Yo te protegeré.
Voy a llevarme el guardián nuevo.
No, no, me saco la mierda.
El sol no caerá.
Voy a intentar presionarle el peso. No sé qué hacer.
¿Cuánto eso va a ver? torre. Avanzamos. Primero, ya vamos a la torre.
Antes tendrán que vencerme.
No lo mismo. Sí, no, no quiero pushar todo.
Se acerca la primera luz. Siempre alerta. Elegida del sol.
Toda,
Romperé sus filas.
Un enemigo está dominando.
Defender y luchar.
Creo que vamos a empezar.
vamos a tratar.
Solear.
Ya matamos a uno. Creo que le llevaron.
Tu torreta ha sido destruida.
Ay, tuviste el cartón.
Únete a mis filas. Mantente a la vanguardia. El sol siempre está. El sol no cae. Acerca la primera luz. Siempre alerta.
Creo que sí está. Ay, ¿tanto stone? Tiene una barra infernal, papás.
Antes tendrán que vencerlo. Yo te protegeré.
El shooter. Pero eso no es un Battle Royale, amor. Eso es un 5 contra 5. Eso es como Ponto. No, eso no es un Battle Royale.
Elegida del sol.
Ya, pero eso no es un Battle Royale.
Siente el esplendor del sol. Mantente a la vanguardia.
Están sin inicio otra vez,
Me sigue dando así.
Únete a mis filas.
Eso ya no es... Eso ya no es Heraldo, esto es Baron.
Un enemigo es casi un dios.
O sea, que no está el mismo. Me mata ahí.
Se acerca la primera luz. El sol no caerá. Yo te protegeré. Siempre alerta.
Exterminados. Tu torreta ha sido destruida.
Elegida del sol.
Sí, ya me han dado más fácil.
El sol siempre sale. Soleado. Defender y luchar.
Ha muerto un enemigo.
El sol no caerá.
Están cayendo, ¿verdad? Están yendo con todos aquí.
Yo te protegeré.
¿Qué silencio se sacó acá?
Sí, ese dicen que está imposible. Además el Master Guardián tiene el estilo de la noche. Yo ya no puedo matar. Pero ten en cuenta que el bicho me revienta. Yo voy a tener que quedarme hasta el final y matar a quien pueda.
Tienes que colocar en Jinx siempre. Tiene que atar.
Se acerca la primera luz.
Puede ser el punto.
Tengo que chapar este dragón.
Siempre alerta.
Si tengo la oportunidad de matar al Lee Sin, voy a aprovecharlo. No, me refiero a que si ya se le tira... O si él se tira hacia adelante. Me lleva el Lee Sin.
Se acabó.
El dolor debe ser.
Suerte que yo hago daño por porcentaje de vida.
Sí, por eso.
Así que para mí es más fácil matar al Lee Sin que para cualquier otro, creo.
No, matar a cualquiera que esté muy... Pero... Ahora es que se me ocurre la...
Depende, ¿ah? Esa Jinx está 1.6 con 69 creeps. Está pelazo.
Pero también la más fácil para ti.
Sí, eso es verdad. Pero como no sé nada, a veces se queda atrás, ni siquiera avanza. Y ellos no se están separando tampoco. Eso también me
Mantente a la
no sé,
vanguardia.
el avance es importante. muy amplia.
Ese mensaje siempre se me tira ahorita.
El sol no caerá. Se acerca la primera luz. Siempre alerta. Antes tendrán que vencerme.
A ver, vuelve a crearla. Qué raro se bugueó.
Sí.
Puta, ahí te faltan 5 levels, pero tienes los champs.
He visto.
¿Qué hacer? ¿Los vas a farmear o los vas a comprar?
Creo que los farmeo fácil, ¿no? Porque tengo un montón de shards de BS.
Apoyo a Darius. Oh, vamos. Muere. ¿Qué? Oye, estamos jugando contra el mismo team. Sí. Vamos a ver si este team está mejor que el anterior.
Mundo, ir donde quiera.
Bienvenidos a la grieta del invocador.
Me-
30 segundos.
No, creo que es la misma gente de hace un rato.
Ven al mundo.
Yo no creo, Guardia.
¿Mío?
Se han generado
Ahora.
súbditos.
¿Lo escuchas?
Sí.
Que a veces se desconecta. Oye, creo que se han metido a tu red.
Por ahí no se puede.
Ah.
Mundo, donde quiera. Mundo, ir por aquí. Mundo, ir por aquí. Mundo.
Ha muerto un aliado.
En tu jungla.
Mundo, ir por aquí.
Sí.
Mundo, ir donde quiera. Ven a Mundo. Mundo demasiado fuerte para ti. aquí. Mundo.
Han visto un aliado.
Mundo, ir por aquí. Mundo, ir donde quiera.
Hacerlo con tus cañones.
Él acaba de ampliar el revisar. Ah, la me cayó un rollo. Yo creo que están bloqueando porque les está bastante daño. Quieren que pongas algo.
Un enemigo. Asesinato doble enemigo. Asesinato triple enemigo. ¡Ven al mundo! El revestimiento. Mundo ir donde quiera. Mundo ir por aquí.
El único daño que se me fue.
Ellos no están muy interesados en ayudar.
Ha vuelto un enemigo.
Guárdate tu cura de
Claro.
Mundo ir donde quiera. Racha sangrienta del enemigo. Mundo ir por aquí.
Está muy roto ya. Ay, qué necesario. Qué wea, no sé qué poner un único no lo puedo molestar.
No es justo que nos pongamos contra gente con
Mundo, ir donde quiera.
Sí, pues ellos están hablando de todo, de hecho.
Mundo, ir por aquí. Mundo, ir por aquí.
Ha muerto un aliado.
Mundo, demasiado fuerte para ti.
Ha muerto un aliado. Un enemigo está dominando.
Ven a mundo.
Ha derribado una torreta. Un invocador ha abandonado la partida.
Mundo.
Sí, veamos quién es. Este cero. Y ya tenemos dos conquistas.
Mundo, ir por aquí.
tienes para iluminar varón?
¡Ven al mundo!
Ir donde quiera.
Cualquier cosa.
Mundo, ir donde quiera.
Pero 4.
Mira cuántos puntos tiene.
Pero ahí no me puedo quejar de Chris porque yo también estoy trabajando en Chris.
Muerto un aliado.
Cuando ya estés en el level 30 puedes jugar Clash. ¿Podemos jugar Clash o todavía? Aunque nos falta gente para team. Pero de hecho mientras vamos rankeando vamos conociendo gente o vamos juntando gente. Porque Ricardo y esa gente ya tienen su team.
La otra vez que estaba streameando, 2 jugadores se murieron.
Claro, claro, eso podemos hacer.
Tenemos que jugar algún tipo de combo, tú y yo. ¿Qué es? Juegan si tienes.
Puta, no sé. En verdad juego de todo. ¿Qué combos te sabes?
O sea, podemos intentar el Sin Sao con un rock. Sí.
¿Pensado de que support?
No, no Sin Sao. Yasuo. ¿O es Yasuo?
¿Yasuo de support o de mid?
De mid o de top.
¿Yasuo con quién?
Yasuo con cualquier one con nota. A ver, yo voy a ver con este one.
No, claro. Que yo tengo. A ver, soporta ese top. Puta, queda un lane mid. Yo voy mid pues. ¿Qué vas a ir?
Top.
Ah, te cierras.
Me cierro.
Renacemos en la batalla.
No, no me dejé un sexto en jungla.
Pelearé hasta que la sangre me arrebate la lanza de las manos, hasta que solo pueda arrastrarme. Y así lograrás vencerme. Y así te escupiré en la cara.
30 segundos para los súbditos. Se han generado súbditos.
Si me matan, al menos moriré siendo un hombre. Si sangran, los llamaré hermanos y hermanas. ¡No te rindas! La fuerza de voluntad aviva mi lanza.
Primera sangre.
Deja que el miedo te dé vigor. No fracasarás si vale la pena. La tierra me sustentó. Grabaré mis cicatrices en los cielos. Antes de pelear, debes levantarte. ¿Por qué peleas? Avanzar sin detenerte no es lo mismo que comienzan a quitarse de los campos de trigo. La venganza es fría. Tu muerte dice quién es. Empuño mi destino como un arma. Soy la punta de la lanza elevada en contra de la rendición. Pelea es tu obligación. Todo o nada. ¡De nuevo! El mundo gira y los desiertos yacen libres. ¿Cuánto más podríamos avanzar si no tuviéramos que cargar con nuestros miedos a cuestas? Sepulté el arrepentimiento en una tumba junto con mi
Todo que tengo la impresión que se está mirando el baile.
Porque podemos caer. Nuestra meta será el ascenso.
Ha muerto un aliado.
Está farmeando tranquilo.
¡Griten, guerreros! ¡Más fuerte! ¡Sigue peleando! Uso un yelmo, porque no soy más que un soldado.
Mira, el Skarner está farmeando.
¡Sé una leyenda!
Farmeando tranquilo en el trabajo.
Esta banqueta seguramente está matando.
Más allá podrá tenerme cuando yo haya terminado.
Te ganqueo, espérate.
No hay enemigos ni aliados, solo guerreros a punto de morir.
Puedo guardarle darlo. Yo seguro que se lo van a llevar ahorita.
Todo guardia.
No hay misericordia para los fuertes.
No, no, la jungla es free dragón y free. Esperarlo para ir. Sí, pues pero el team no lo va a hacer. Y si vamos nosotros nos van a matar.
Solo conozco el abrazo de la muerte.
Todavía no estamos tan mal. Hoy ya sale el último dragón y no vamos a poder hacerlo porque nadie va a hacer caso. Tampoco tenemos Ignite. No nos pueden robar el
El
set.
poder de estos dioses no es más que nuestro propio eco.
Vamos a robarlo.
Debemos Vamos a encontrar nuestro lugar. El mío es reformarme para luchar.
Todas caerá pronto.
La vida siempre fue una guerra. Encontré mi límite en 1000 ocasiones y aún así sigo avanzando.
La única razón por la que no me está yendo mal es porque estoy yendo con Luke, pero si no, yo también estaría solo.
Ese mal fue mi juego todos los clips. ¿Qué pedo rico?
Pero si ya puedes pegar rico, ¿no crees que sería bueno ir a la... Ah, pero es que al fin no te dan la
El peso de una sola vida es superior al de mi lanza.
Yo estoy cambiando ya.
¡Racha sangrienta!
Vivimos nuestras vidas en la sombra que proyecta una montaña. Inquebrantable.
¡Esas sombras!
No se trata de por qué peleo, sino por quién. Harás por la latina.
Tu torreta ha sido destruida.
El arte de la guerra es escuchar el latido de tu
Otra vez,
corazón,
ya.
saber que estás vivo.
Ya estoy desactualizando mi juego. Entonces he llevado mis kills y no saben ni por qué.
Sin compasión ni misericordia.
El enemigo está dominando. Asesinato doble enemigo.
Yo no marco el paso, corro en su contra.
Su equipo ha derribado una torreta.
El pasado marcha conmigo. Una lanza y un escudo, un panteón.
Bueno, por lo menos el Brand no resultó que sea tan complicado como...
Hasta que mi lanza pierda su filo. batallas infieles de noches de sangre. ¡Avancemos! La lanza solo apunta hacia una dirección.
Yo también pensé que me iba a dar.
Recala la lanza. ¡Golpea! Busco el poder en la cima del monte Targón.
Ay, qué huevón para ir el flash.
Asesinato doble enemigo.
Estamos atrapados entre los Darkin y los aspectos. No hacemos a pesar de ellos.
En ese mapa yo soy un jamás.
Me preocupa que BI está 7-5 y que ya nos llevan 3 dragones.
Una legión de...
Y ya me empezaron a buscar a mí. Sí, pero tenemos una línea menos de farmeo.
Un eco por los siglos. Aún si una espada me atraviesa, seguiré adelante. Que hemos superado.
Pero ¿qué pasa?
La gente pide a gritos una fuerza que ya tiene. ¿Cuántas veces tuve que morir antes de aprender a vivir? Recordaré tu nombre y lo gritaré a los cielos. Desde los cielos ven una guerra, pero en la tierra solo
Deben estar más atrapados, no pueden matarme, por eso que cuando pueden vienen y me caen.
Y si alguna vez regresaré. Si sangran, los llamaré hermanos y hermanas.
Sí, solamente lo metí en uno para asegurarlo. Como ya lo hubiese soñado. Lo que pasa es que acuérdate que los ultis de los skills legendarios son siempre diferentes. Entonces,
Soy
como
la
que
punta
tiene un
de la
ligero cambio con
lanza,
respecto al
elevada en contra
último
de la
final.
rendición.
Y todos los ítems, todos los skills legendarios tienen ultis ligeramente diferentes al... Claro.
Ha muerto un enemigo.
Si me matan, al menos moriré siendo un hombre.
Esa es la luz imperial. Obviamente en el mundo lo voy a comprar porque en esta época no había skins tan chéveres. Este era más chévere la época en la que compré.
Dejo mis excusas en el barro.
Has matado a un
Bien, enfréntame otra vez.
Cada uno es durísimo, aún se aguanta
Grabaré
el combo completo.
mis cicatrices en los ojos.
Y corre, la con el final porque lo tapabas tú y yo no.
Este Pietro. Estás matando a ese hermano.
Los mejores escaladores saben cómo caer. Tenemos el privilegio de respirar, de sentir el aire. Es el último suspiro de todos los que murieron antes que nosotros. Empuño mi destino como un arma. Uso un yelmo porque no soy más que un soldado. El choque de aceros. Escuché esto desvanecerse. El veneno de los dioses debes cumplir sus palabras.
Estás empujando medio para contrarrestar lo que nos acaban de hacer.
¿Qué cosa?
La
Estás empujar medio para
pierde las
contrarrestar lo que nos
manchas de
acaban de hacer. Para
poder de la
ya hice
presión.
con más visión. Ahí viene el Scarno. Imagínate, ahí viene el...
¡Golpea ahora! fuerte!
Guardián.
Oh,
Ya lo guardé. El plan está en nuestra jungla, creo que lo podemos pasar.
oh.
Voy a romperle esta mierda, que esta es la zona que...
¿Carne?
El mundo gira mientras los cielos yacen inmóviles.
Este no está arriba, casi.
La montaña siempre es alta. Y no siempre es una montaña.
Dale, dale, sí, mejor.
El guía está acá abajo.
Va a romper torre. Voy a contrarrestarlo ya.
Solo conozco el abrazo de la muerte. ¡No te rindas!
Estoy fuera de rango. Tengo gente atrás. Pues ellos se flipean demasiado. No tengo que hacer ninguna hora. Cerrando. Fastidio esta situación.
El crepúsculo de los dioses
Pero es
llega cada
temporal nomás,
mañana, cuando nuestro mundo brilla más que las estrellas.
Ese dragón es temporal igual, ellos ya tienen alma.
Es eso que siempre tienes que parar.
¿Qué podemos
El
hacer con este
poder
tiempo?
de estos dioses no es más que nuestro propio eco. Sepulté el arrepentimiento en una tumba.
Deberían vaquear todo, pero no van a escuchar en medio con todo.
Cuando miro la cima de la montaña,
Normal,
en mi mente ya he fracasado. Es entonces
Sí,
que
pero ahí está
comienzo a ganar. Las lanzas comienzan a agitarse ante los campos de trigo.
Cuando sentí todas mis jugadas y no les hice nada de daño, estoy cansado y
Tras cada derrota corro alrededor de la montaña hasta que mi vergüenza pueda seguir en paz. La muerte dice quién es.
Se acabó.
Cápsula de campeón. Malísimo ese Malphite que viste.
Oye, de ahí le haces entrar un toque a Rasta, un server model.
Ahorita no voy a notar, eso sí, mañana más temprano.
Porque los server mods son casi full PvP, ¿ah? No hay que farmear y esas cosas.
Estoy emocionado. No me pago ninguno de dudas.
¿Era modded o era...?
Sí, no puede
Vanilla. Sí, pero podríamos entrar 1x5 que sea medio Battlefield. Los por 10 ya son muy pendejos.
Te le robé la jata a un 2 veces.
Ese es un cae de risa, pues ese es un cae de risa jugar Rust. Y Rust es un buen juego para streamear, ¿ah? Sobre todo en team.
Sí, siempre me hablan cuando streameo Rust.
Lo único malo es que a veces hay gente que se mete a buscar a los streamers de Rust y se meten a tu server a buscarte, manches. Algunos se meten para matarte, otros se meten para ayudarte, pero siempre es un caer.
Pues si vamos bot, así.
¿Pero tú le haces ir support?
Sí, bueno.
Yups. Fácil voy Jinx o Kate. O Ezreal. ¿Qué support irías tú?
Thresh,
Con Thresh puedo ir... Con Thresh puedo ir con Jinx.
sí,
Porque tú jalas y yo meto mi tercera y puta.
muerto.
Jeje.
Eso es lo que tenemos que hacer. Estos jugadores tenemos que hacer las jugadas juntos.
Pues,
Hello everybody and welcome to a One Piece anime episode review. I haven't done one of these in a while, but I just figured since the manga was off, I might as well give this a shot. Because the anime has been very good recently, and it deserves recognition. They've really upped the quality of the animation, and just the production value in general. It sounds strange to say this, but even when you consider what's going on currently in the manga, this Odin flashback is the most important part of the arc. At least up until now, when I consider everything that's happened in Wano, nothing lives up to the flashback yet. I think a lot of us are still kind of waiting for the story to pay off in present time, so I'm really glad that the studio decided to treat this flashback as something special, because it is. And before I get started, just a couple of things here. The anime actually added a scene for the episode that corresponds to chapter 956, which is the episode where the rest of the world finds out what happened in Reverie. So we know that Garp tells King Neptune and Shirahoshi that an incident happened involving the Alabasta Kingdom. And so the anime actually shows us a scene in Alabasta where we see a lot of the citizens looking very, very sad. You know, some of them are crying as well. And so that to me is a very, very big hint that was actually not in the manga. And I think that what this points to is that these people are reading the news, and the news is saying that Cobra, King Cobra of Alabasta, is actually dead. Because back at the Reverie, the Gorosei were talking about how the Alabasta Kingdom was a traitor to the world government, because the Alabasta Kingdom was the only kingdom that decided not to live in Marijoa with the rest of the royal families. So I think what happened is that the world government decided to kill King Cobra, and then after they killed him, they decided to pin his death on Sabo. And so that's why we see a bunch of people that really care about Sabo reading the news looking really shocked and sad, because they can't believe that Sabo actually killed King Cobra. So Sabo's actually being framed by the world government for a murder that he didn't commit. Another thing is that apparently Tenguyama Hitetsu and Sukiyaki Kozuki did not to live in saying
Hay algunos
that
héroes que yo
Cobra...
compré cuando salieron con el skin de promoción con el que salieron. Lucian, Jinx
He hecho varios.
y Zerat. Esos tres me acuerdo que los compré cuando salieron con su skin de promo.
King Cobra of Alabasta is actually dead. Because back at the Reverie, the Gorosei were talking about how the Alabasta Kingdom was a traitor to the world government, because the Alabasta Kingdom was the only kingdom that decided not to live in Marijoa with the rest of the royal families. So I think what happened is that the world government decided to kill King Cobra, and then after they killed him, they decided to pin his death on Sabo. And so that's why we see a bunch of people that really care about Sabo reading the news looking really shocked and sad, because they can't believe that Sabo actually killed King Cobra. So Sabo's actually being framed by the world government for a murder that he didn't commit. Another thing is that apparently Tenguyama Hitetsu and Sukiyaki Kozuki, apparently both of these characters, so the anime actually shows us a scene in Alabasta where we see a lot of the citizens looking very, very sad. You know, some of them are crying as well. And so that to me is a very, very big hint that was actually not in the manga. And I think that what this points to is that these people are reading the news, and the news is saying that Cobra, King Cobra of Alabasta, is actually dead. Because back at the Reverie, the Gorosei were talking about how the Alabasta Kingdom was a traitor to the world government, because the Alabasta Kingdom was the only kingdom that decided not to live in Marijoa with the rest of the royal families. So I think what happened is that the world government decided to kill King Cobra, and then after they killed him, they decided to pin his death on Sabo. And so that's why we see a bunch of people that really care about Sabo reading the news looking really shocked and sad, because they can't believe that Sabo actually killed King Cobra. So Sabo's actually being framed by the world government for a murder that he didn't commit. Another thing is that apparently Tenguyama Hitetsu and Sukiyaki Kozuki, apparently both of these characters have the same voice actor. And so this has led to the speculation that perhaps Tenguyama is actually Odin's dad. What's interesting though is that if I look it up in the wiki, we don't get a name for the voice actor of adult Sukiyaki. We only get the information for his voice as a baby. So it kind of seems like the information is hidden. For me, it would actually make a lot of sense that this is the same character, because for one, we don't actually get to see Sukiyaki die. Like, we're just told that he dies, but we don't actually get to see him die. Also, Tenguyama's hair is that of an old man, which would kind of fit Sukiyaki's age at that point in the story. Plus, like, I find it interesting that Tenguyama wears a mask. I mean, I understand.
Está viendo ahorita mis skins. Es un legendario de Thresh que me tocó. Me tocó en el reroll, así que ya no lo podía volver a rerollear. Pero No, ya vengo.
Voy a tomar el té.
Bienvenidos a la grieta del invocador. 30 segundos para los súbditos. Se han generado súbditos.
¿Nando? Nando. No, según ya sube una Soraka. Se me arrepiento de no haber cogido a Kate. No me necesité de por lado. No llegaba, creo que está cerca. Pero ya. En el área de hecho, o sea, al principio parece en teoría son del mismo tamaño. Si los pones una al costado de otra, pero lo que pasa es que esa pantalla tiene un borde de este tamaño. Son casi el mismo tamaño, en alto, pero en widescreen esta pantalla es más widescreen.
Pero estoy con mis juegos.
Yo también, ojo, como que está bloqueando bastante ese Yasuo software. En verdad, si hemos ganado esos fights ha sido porque Lee Sin cayó. No lo vi. Justo ahorita bultado. ¿Qué? Como si estábamos en una pelea importante. Ana me estaba hablando. Oye, ya no me estaba hablando. Creo que no me morí. Amor, ¿qué me dijiste, copa? Amor. Amor. sigue perdiendo. No ganaste. ¿Qué se puebla?
Tu torreta ha sido destruida.
Ay, feo. Ay, este palo chulo. Se metió, fue que no. Porque ya nos rompió por todos lados.
Tu torreta ha sido destruida.
Por nuestra experiencia en Lale podría ser.
Sí, también.
No, o sea, es que yo creo que para poder ganar las partidas tenemos que asegurar el medio y la jungla. No hay otra forma.
Nosotros estamos bien, sino que medio es una mierda.
Yo estaba bien hasta que Fidea empezó a hacer problema, empiezan a fedear y la cagan.
Si no, yo medio top nomás.
Incluso hasta cierto punto lo puedo manejar si es que soy Lux o un héroe que tiene ese como Sira. Pero por ejemplo con Jinx, puta, si ya empiezan a fedear yo ya no puedo hacer nada. Joder, no. Lo único bueno de esa partida fue que me llevé su dragón. A ver, toma, pico bueno.
Ay, qué bestia, le tenía servido varios kills a ese Yasuo.
Yo le he dicho que miren al Yasuo del otro equipo.
That Tengus are a part of Japanese mythology, but it also kind of seems like a way to get away with him hiding his face. We also know that Tenguyama Hitetsu was the one who crafted/created Ame no Habakiri, which is the sword that Momonosuke, who will become the future shogun of Wano, ends up inheriting. So it'd be kind of cool if it turns out that Tenguyama is Sukiyaki, because then that would mean that he would just be giving his own sword, passing down his own sword to his grandson. Also, since Sukiyaki was the former shogun of Wano and Momonosuke will become the future shogun of Wano, you would essentially just be passing down the sword from shogun to shogun, skipping Orochi. Also, if that theory happens to be true, it wouldn't be the first time that the anime inadvertently ends up spoiling a character's secret identity. You guys remember how Denjiro was spoiled, right? How the anime opening showed Kyoshido as part of the 9 Red Scabbards, and so we kind of made the connection. Since we didn't know who Denjiro was at the time, you know, we kind of like thought about it like, wait, is that like supposed to be like one of the Scabbards? Because if that is, then that would make 9, but that's Kyoshido. So does that mean that Kyoshido is a good guy? And it turns out that Kyoshido was in fact Denjiro, and that's how we figured it out. So it's not unheard of, you know, for the anime to do these kind of things inadvertently. Also, if it turns out that Sukiyaki is still alive, he could actually teach Momonosuke how to read the poneglyphs, which would also kind of work to justify why Sukiyaki has been in hiding all this time. Because if Kaido found out about Sukiyaki, he would probably torture him or use him to be able to read or interpret some of the ancient texts, the same way that Black Maria told Robin that Kaido was planning on using her. Another thing is that this epic clash between Roger and Whitebeard really got me to think about Luffy and Zoro, because you see how like Roger, with one swing of his sword, sends out like this black strand of haki, and then once the clash actually happens, we clearly see that the swords aren't even touching each other, because each party's haki is just too massive. And so since Zoro's goal is supposed to be world's greatest swordsman, and he's supposed to surpass all swordsmen by the end of the story, and then Luffy is supposed to surpass Roger by the end of the story, it really got me thinking about whether we'll see a haki feat from Luffy and Zoro that rivals this feat between Roger and Whitebeard. It's pretty insane how strong Roger is, and mind you, he's already sick at this point, and he actually sends Odin flying through 6 trees. 6 trees, Roger's already sick, and this is Odin we're talking about. This is the guy who was able to wound Kaido, and Roger just sends him flying. So if that's who Luffy is supposed to surpass, he still has a long way to go. Now obviously the fight keeps going, and I just love how the anime expands on the source material, expands on the chapter itself, and gives you more information. It gives you actually the names of some of Roger's crew members. Like we see he had a fishman in his crew just like Luffy has Jinbei. We also see Prime Rayleigh being able to stop young Marco with a finger using Rio. That was insane. Granted, Marco here is kind of a hatchling. This isn't Prime Marco, but it's really cool to see Rayleigh use Rio, especially since we already knew that he had it because he showed it off to Luffy right before the beginning of the time skip. Then we have other characters attacking as well, like Jozu and Captain Jack Sparrow or Rakuyo. I feel like Rakuyo's design is what we can expect end of series Usopp to look like a little bit, because he even has like a man-eating weapon that he uses. So it kind of fits, you know, a little bit like what Usopp does. So yeah, like Rakuyo plus Yasop's design with the dreadlocks plus a long nose, I feel like that's what we're gonna see Usopp look like by the end of the series. Also, just a very quick fun fact, the episode number for this episode, which is 966, actually also corresponds to the manga chapter that this episode is based on. So it's both 966 for the anime episode and 966 for the manga chapter. Obviously, Oda decided to use this chapter in the manga to foreshadow two of the fundamental mysteries of the series. The first one revolves around Teach and his lack of a need for sleep, which goes back to his body not being normal. And so of course that relates directly to the mystery surrounding Teach about why he's able to consume/eat 2 devil fruits without dying. And then the second one is of course Roger's secret dream or secret goal that he shares with Whitebeard and Odin, which is exactly the same dream that Luffy shares back in his flashback with Sabo and Ace. The scene cuts away here as well, so all we have are theories and speculation in regards to what Roger and Luffy ended up saying, but the truth of the matter is that if you can figure out why Blackbeard can use 2 devil fruits and what it was that Roger said to Odin and Whitebeard in that scene, you can essentially spoil a majority of the series. Also, the scene showed Roger laughing, so I'm kind of curious if they're going to be reusing the same shot for the he laughed scene that comes later on. Another thing that this episode added is sort of confirmation that Buggy and Shanks were both babies when Roger took them in. Potentially they were both orphans, because there's a moment where Roger says, "We haven't held babies in a very long time," and then Rayleigh says, "Yeah, it actually brings back memories." And then immediately after we cut to Buggy and Shanks, and they look kind of annoyed, almost jealous that they're not the babies anymore, or, you know, that they're not the center of attention like they used to be. Another thing that really stood out to me from this episode is the amount of screen time that Scopper Gavin gets in this episode. I think he's the one who actually gets to fight Odin during the fight scene. And so I'm pretty sure that that's Oda's doing. He probably sent a note to the studio, give Scopper more screen time. And the reason for it, I think, is because he wants Scopper to be fresh in our memories.
La victoria nos espera. A luchar contra la infamia. Nuestro coraje nunca debe titubear. Es justo. Somos la vanguardia. Pelearé hasta el último minuto. Confía en ti mismo. No teman, voy en camino. Estoy preparado.
Al final, todo se arrodilla.
Nuestras hazañas forjan el futuro. ¡Adelante! ¡Malditos villanos!
Ha muerto un aliado. Ejecución.
Yo lideraré la carga. ¡A la carga! Por demasia. Este mundo necesita esperanza. ¡Vil escoria! Los canallas pagarán. ¡Rompan sus vidas! Muéstrenles la fuerza de Demacia. La victoria nos espera. Sé osado. ¡Adelante! A luchar contra la infamia. El miedo es el primero de nuestros enemigos. se hacemos. Es justo. Somos la vanguardia. Pelearé hasta el último minuto. Con decisión. Demacia marcha al unísono. ¡Adelante! Nunca olviden por qué peleamos. ¡A la carga! ¡Ah! ¡Malditos villanos! ¡Yo lideraré la carga! A proteger nuestra tierra. Justicia, por la ley o por la espada. ¡Vive escoria!
Ha muerto un aliado.
Fe en la luz.
El enemigo.
El revestimiento de la caerá. Muéstrenles la fuerza de Demacia. del rey. No teman, voy. Estoy preparado.
Ha derribado una torreta.
No sé cuántas jugando solito.
Nuestras hazañas forjan.
Tiene uno más que otro.
Por demasia. Este mundo necesita esperanza. Sé osado, sé justo. Peleamos por aquellos que no pueden. ¡Hasta el último minuto! ¡Manténganse firmes!
La luz conquista todo.
Demasiado. Marcha al unísono. Nunca olviden por qué peleamos. ¡Adelante! ¡Demasiado!
Un enemigo está dominando.
¡Malditos villanos! Yo traigo la justicia. En el nombre del rey.
A la cabeza.
Ha muerto un aliado.
Confía en ti mismo. No teman, voy en camino.
Racha sangrienta del enemigo.
Estoy preparado. ¡Adelante! Nuestras hazañas forjan el futuro.
El enemigo es casi un dios.
¡Rompan sus vidas! ¡Adelante! ¡Titubearé! ¡Por demás! Este enemigo necesita esperanza. Sé osado. Yo lideraré la carga. Peleamos por aquellos que no pueden. Justicia por la ley o por la espada. El miedo es
Asesinatos.
Demacia, marcha al unísono. ¿Por qué peleamos?
Tu equipo ha derribado una torreta.
Proteger nuestra tierra.
Se acabó.
Yo traigo la justicia. Nuestro coraje nunca debe titubear. Con camino.
Este Shaco.
Racha del enemigo.
Nuestras hazañas forjan el futuro. ¡Adelante! Escoria. Los canallas. Este mundo necesita esperanza.
Ha sido destruida.
Sé osado, sé justo. ¡Con precisión!
Ha sido destruida.
Peleamos por aquellos que no pueden. ¡A la carga! Muéstrame la fuerza que mata. Es el primero de muchos. ¡Rompan sus vidas! La victoria nos espera. Nunca olviden por qué peleamos. A proteger nuestra tierra. A luchar contra la infancia.
men, qué equipos fantasmas cagados, qué bestia.
Bien. Yo ya, el Chaco estuvo tratando de llevarse todas las kills todo el tiempo, man.
No hizo
No
nada.
estuvo... A mí me sacaron la mierda, me sacaron la mierda.
To be fresh in our minds so that he can use him very, very soon in the story. There is no point to have Scopper show up so much during this flashback and be like, hey, here I am, remember me? I'm Scopper, if Oda's not going to use him in the future. And pretty much along the same lines, we don't get to see Lodestar in this episode. Like, Roger gets there and it's full of mist, you know, shrouded in mystery. So to me, that's another major hint that we're going to see Lodestar show up in the manga as well. Because if Oda had already decided that he wasn't going to show the island in the manga, he would have revealed it here. Like, the animators would have just, you know, asked him about it and you would have had this reveal of Lodestar in the anime. But because he wants to keep it a secret, that lets me know that he probably wants to use the island of Lodestar for something in the future. So overall, I thought this was a very good episode. It definitely adds more insight to the manga, fleshes it out. My favorite scene is definitely the moment where Barry begins vibrating his molecules to phase through the explosion because, you know, the Flash, he moves so fast that he can essentially vibrate his molecules to be able to phase through objects. So he does that, and then he just kind of goes into the Speed Force. The OST in that scene is fire, the one that goes dun 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 dun. The only thing that I didn't like was the chanting. The chanting, whether it be Norwegian women on the coast or the chanting that goes on whenever Wonder Woman does something, you know, I think it was excessive, it was a little bit overused, you know, but other than that, I thought this was a really, really good episode of One Piece. Thank you for watching, guys. Take care. If you would like to support the channel, you know what to do. Have a great rest of the week, and I'll catch you guys later. Bye.
Vas a destruir, no puedes comandar si no sabes decidir.
Si dices que el segundo minuto es imbécil, está crazy, será porque rapeo amazing.
Neymar quería un balón de oro, no mongolo. Eso lo quieren todo, lo que quería Neymar era ganárselo solo. ¿Qué te pasa, Steve? ¿Qué te pasa, Steve? ¿Acaso te he dejado traumado, huevón? ¿Ves que sí se puede seguir?
And Momonosuke's longer character arc really becomes something similar to the realization that Momonosuke can be himself and still be worthy. He doesn't have to be Odin. That's what everybody else sees, but he doesn't. And it's also because of his desire to be Odin where you can make a really strong argument for why he would want to travel with the Strides, because that's what Odin did. Odin joined pirates, he went to go be free, and then he found the true history. Momonosuke might want to walk in his footsteps. But yeah, speaking of Odin, I want to elaborate on some of the Odin theories and make a new one, essentially, that I haven't really seen anybody talk about, or this is evidence that I think is intriguing to point out. I want to emphasize this, right? We saw the silhouette of the character helping the Scabbards in chapter 1004, and that person was very, very clearly not Odin. And so in this last chapter, Odin appears, and everyone remarks, like, wow, Odin, and the fan base as well. But we still have this hanging question of who was the person, the silhouette that we saw in chapter 1004. This is part of the reason why I think that it's even more likely that, besides the reasons from the story, that Odin, you know, this person is not Odin. There's some sort of trick going on in play. Why did this person heal the Scabbards but then not reveal their presence? they don't want the Scabbards to know that they are there, or they want to hide who they are. I actually think that Oda gave us a hint as to this person's identity from Kawamatsu. Kawamatsu says this: I feel as though I saw, but it must have been a dream, because it couldn't possibly be true. We're supposed to believe that Kawamatsu here is talking about Oden, but we saw the silhouette of the person from chapter 1004 who looked nothing like Oden. So Kawamatsu may be referring to this original character. Kawamatsu specifically says it couldn't possibly be true. So if we're talking about characters such as Hiyori, the silhouette looked a lot like Hiyori, Kawamatsu wouldn't say this about Hiyori, because that could have possibly been true. We talked about the silhouette before, but I think that it makes it much more absurdly likely that the person that helped the Scabbards and was tending to their wounds was Toki. It looked exactly like both Hiyori and Toki, and I said at the time, 99% it's Hiyori, 1% it's Toki. In my opinion, Kawamatsu has now changed these odds quite a bit. I personally think it would be just like Oda and very clever to sort of hide that you're dropping this game-changing information from Kawamatsu by revealing another absurd character immediately after. But it doesn't change the fact that we saw a completely different character from Oden beforehand, and all of a sudden they're gone. 100% you can be sure that this is not unimportant information. But before we move on to the comments, hit that thumbs up if you've enjoyed what you've heard so far, and remember to subscribe if you like my videos. A lot of you guys watch my videos, but you aren't subscribed, so it's free. I would appreciate it.
Soy el BBVA y conmigo Sol está mucho más segura. Porque si alguien trata de entrar a sus cuentas desde otro celular, bloqueo las operaciones y listo. La seguridad es para los que la den. BBVA, creando oportunidades.
But anyway, into the comments. One of the most interesting theories I heard about Oden is that it is related to an aspect of Toki's power we have yet to see. What if Toki could send someone temporarily into the future? That could really be Oden before his execution. That would also explain how Toki knows something important would happen in 20 years. She would be able to make short leaps into the future and return. Probably there would be limitations to the power, but it would be cool. Also, it would make for a heavy drama scene where Oden says goodbye to the Scabbards to face his own death in the past. What do you guys think? I'm just gonna be straight up honest with you, I am not messing with time travel. The way that it was designed before, that Toki could only go into the future, but not back into the past in any capacity, that works. Because when you can go back and forth in time, that's when you have all sorts of paradoxes, contradictions. You undermine the continuity of the universe. Oden goes forward in time and finds out that one character had a relationship with another character and had a child. He goes back to the past and then kills one of them, so this person no longer exists. So you've totally changed the timeline. In my opinion, guys, I think that the stories that do time travel well, they spend enormous amounts of energy making sure that it works. The story is sort of built all around time travel. That's like the main thing of the story. When it's you willy-nilly thrown into the story just because, oh, we wanted to have some time travel in it like Harry Potter, it doesn't work. At least not when you spend any time thinking about it whatsoever, which is, quite honestly, what I do too much of. So yeah, I'm not speculating that. And if it happens, you guys can expect, Oda can expect, a lot of people will be very unhappy. It's not worth it. So this leads into the next possibility in the next comment. I have a new theory. What if Kandro is a triple agent? Back in the past, in the Hour of Legend, it wasn't really Oden there in the boiling oil. It was Kandro's drawing. Kandro drew Oden to be in the execution instead of the real Oden, and the real Oden was teleported 20 years into the future by Toki. The major difference here is there's no backwards and then forwards, it's simply Toki using her abilities on Oden to send him into the future. This, for me, has different problems. First things first, just to get this out of the way, I think that it is incredibly unlikely that Kandro's drawing would be as strong as the real Oden and be able to survive 1, in boiling oil, 2, holding up all of his friends, and 3, be alive to the extent that Oden appeared to be during the Hour of Legends. Ryunosuke had a personality, but a very simple directive, like climb. If Kandro's drawing ability had this level of power, then oh my god, he is... wow. Just think about that. That being said, the bigger problem here is what the damage that it does to Odin's great moment in the story. You've totally undermined the Hour of Legends, the Hour of Fake News. And he waited a little bit here in order to show up, which is annoying. You found the time to meet the Scabbards in the basement, but, I mean, wouldn't you have been better suited fighting Kaido up on the roof with the supernova? Or maybe just show up, 15 minutes earlier. It's just one of those things that the more that you think about it, the more it annoys. At least it annoys me. So again, another thing that I don't want to speculate. Of course, if you really, really wanted to, you could try your darndest to try and explain this, find ways in which it might potentially work, rules in which you could operate based on, or exceptions, or, you could do that if you want to, but I have zero interest. Next coming, a man who defeated a mountain god and went toe-to-toe with Whitebeard and Roger dies to a frickin' bullet? Seems, you could do that if you want to, but I have zero interest. Next coming, a man who defeated a mountain god and went toe-to-toe with Whitebeard and Roger dies to a frickin' bullet? Seems legit. The way that I understand Odin's death is that it took an enormous amount of willpower, or hockey, in order to survive in the boiling oil for an hour. That's what made the moment so epic to me, is that he literally pushed himself to the very edges of what he was capable of doing. Odin isn't bulletproof. The only way that he would be is by using armament hockey. But if he used up his willpower surviving for all that time, then yes, he could realistically die from a bullet. Again, I found the moment so powerful because Odin had accepted his death, and in fact he embraced it, which is a common theme in One Piece. Characters die with a smile on their face, because they don't fear the next great adventure. You've taken something away if he survived. Next comment. Okay, Joy Boy, you missed the most obvious thing. Odin was actually Thomas Teapot. Man, I want this to be true so much. So, this is a theory I think Morge was the one who popularized this, but essentially, there's a teapot, and it's not Thomas Teapot, it's Tengu Yamatetsu's teapot, which is confirmed to have the Inu Inu fruit, the dog fruit model Tanuki. And from Japanese mythology, a Tanuki is able to shapeshift. So essentially, the teapot, which is a Tanuki, is a mythical zone that can shapeshift and then became Odin. Odin was a teapot confirmed. Oh man, so a lot of people aren't going to like this, but personally I would love this. However, I had a conversation about this and pretty much debunks the idea. The Inu Inu fruit, Tanuki, which the teapot has, was confirmed in SBS, is a non-mythical variety. The mythical Tanuki is actually a fruit that was used in a One Piece video game. And so the way that these video games work is even non-canon fruits, this is very important to the story, non-canon fruits must be confirmed or approved by Oda and his staff. Essentially, if they're planning on using a devil fruit, you're not going to see it in a video game or in a movie. The fruit in question here, and the very same abilities, practically, was used in a video game, therefore is very much unlikely to exist in the world of One Piece. The teapot is, I hate to say it, is just a raccoon dog. And if I needed to look this up too, a raccoon dog is an actual thing. A legitimate, regular zone. Next comment, I'm in for the theory that the Red Scabbards actually died, and they're seeing Odin in the afterlife. That's the tragedy to close the third act, and also the reason for Toki Hiyori crying. This is one that I don't hate. I think that this can actually work. I would just say that from a personal preference standpoint, this falls lower on my list just because I want the Scabbards to live. I don't see their final moments being in this basement. But for sure, that would be a totally unexpected way to end this act. We all expect at this point, right, that the Scabbards are going to be alive, they're going to do something else in the story, and so for them to die when we assume that they haven't had their moment yet would be surprising and probably be somewhat emotional. Oda absolutely loves to do what it is that we're not expecting. Next comment, I don't think it's Odin. The clue is he says, you guys are so much older now. Half the Scabbards are actually only a few months old. I don't think this is an overlooked detail. I had several people point this out to me, and I would say that I agree. Odin saying this is weird because literally half of the Scabbards are not older. This leads me to believe that whoever is impersonating Odin may not have known that the Scabbards traveled forward in time. Of the characters that we know of, the only person here that wouldn't know this is, that's also a good idea, would be Onimaru. Onimaru was never present for any of these explanations. The Scabbard he directly knows and directly encountered was Kawamatsu, who is actually 20 years old. Perhaps he assumed that all the Scabbards, in some way or another, survived within Wano for 20 years, just like Kawamatsu. Next comment, I'm not sold, but JB's ghost idea isn't too weird considering the Fire Festival is supposed to be a festival for the dead. So essentially I made an argument as for how or why Odin could be a ghost. There's enough here to make a legitimate speculation as though Oda has been planning it the entire time. Fire Festival celebrates the dead is something I didn't mention in my review. Another thing is there was this whole plot point earlier within Wano of Law trying to convince Luffy that Kinemon was a ghost, and when he appeared like a ghost. Orochi's also made a point to mention on several occasions, or characters around Orochi, that he fears ghosts. So there's this ghost theme going on with Wano. I just can't make full sense of it from there. Like, Oda may do it, and I could see little bits of the story which all connect together, but as far as how it's actually going to happen, I mean, it's so far out of my league that I would just wait and see. Ultimately, this is why I never made a theory video on this topic, because I just don't think that I'm creative enough in order to make this into something wow. But I absolutely believe Oda could, if that's what Oda wants to do. Next comment, why everyone talking about Shinobu's fruit? It doesn't work on living things, that's Bonnie. Nobody talking about Hawkins' mysterious card that brings up potential, that's what's going to be used on Momo. So yeah, the Shinobu idea has serious holes in it because of how Shinobu has demonstrated the use of the fruit. You essentially have to assume that there's a way of using the fruit that Shinobu hasn't revealed yet. As far as being similar to Bonnie's powers, there's similar devil fruits that exist, so that's not a problem for me. It's more so the lack of direct evidence that Shinobu can actually age living things and not simply, decompose the world. This is actually one of the problems that I have with the One Piece wiki. I love the people that maintain and edit the wiki, but sometimes they treat non-canon information as canon. Just because Shinobu has demonstrated a fruit in a particular way doesn't mean that the fruit is bound by those rules. There is a definite possibility Shinobu's fruit is the same as Bonnie's, but better. Bonnie can age living things. Shinobu can age both living and non-living things. She has what essentially translates as the ripening devil fruit. I mean, it could happen. I feel like a lot of people get their information from the wiki, but for me personally, I would prefer if the wiki just straight up said what it is that we know and indicated when inferences were made, even if those inferences are likely. But then there's other times where there's obvious inferences that should be made and then it's nowhere to be found in the wiki. All of a sudden, that's not canon yet, which is mildly annoying. But I really do like this Hawkins idea, that's interesting. Next comment, no point using Shinobu to make Momonosuke older, as he would still be an 8-year-old child with the battle prowess of an 8-year-old child. This is something that I pointed out before and I definitely agree with. But in this case, the angle in which I was approaching this is more so we think that Momonosuke's artificial fruit is going to be important because that was what was telegraphed in the chapter. So one way that people are taking this is that Momonosuke as a dragon is going to be able to counteract Kaido's effects on Onigashima as a dragon, and Momonosuke may potentially save the Flower Capital. In order to do this, he may just need to be a bigger dragon, an older dragon. So some kind of temporary boost in age could be really cool, and Momonosuke wouldn't need a whole lot of, I don't think, experience in order to use his powers in this way. He would just need to produce clouds that are capable of counteracting Kaido's, which seems like a size thing. But all of this is obviously highly speculative. Personally, I've just seen this theory for a very, very long time, and now we're in the moment of truth where we expect Momonosuke to potentially do something soon, and who's with him? Shinobu is. Coincidence or not, you decide. Next comment, it was made clear this chapter that Momonosuke's Devil Fruit was a failure, yet he transformed. Maybe Vegapunk lied after considering it too powerful to give to the world government. Yeah, this was my initial thought as well. If we're looking for more evidence that Vegapunk is not on the world government side, it's, what does he do with this technology that is very clearly very powerful, much more powerful than any of the Smile created so far. I mean, there's mythical properties to Momonosuke's artificial Devil Fruit. Also, how would you know that it's a failure if nobody tried to eat it? Riddle me that one. Why didn't Vegapunk give the world government this fruit? Maybe Vegapunk didn't want them to have it. It was too dangerous and or powerful. How much other technology has Vegapunk come up with and just not shared? A worthy question in my opinion. I'm still kind of waiting for the switch on the Pacifista that will turn them against the world government. And remember guys, Vegapunk went out of his way to program Kuma or PX-0 to go defend the Straw Hat ship. Why did Vegapunk program Kuma to defend the Straw Hat's ship? Next comment, nobody's mentioning how Marco held Queen. Where are King and Perospero? I mean, we were just talking about this in the last chapter's comments video and in the last chapter's regular review. What is Perospero going to decide to do, right? Oda, it's often, I think, really hard to predict him because you don't know when he's going to decide, hey, I want to fool everybody. So he makes you think that Perospero is going to choose to fight Marco, and then Perospero encounters King and is like, screw it, I'm fighting King. Either way, last chapter was really interesting and maybe supports this idea. Marco is free to restrain Queen, where is Perospero and King? I think that this is a very, very fair observation. It could amount to nothing, but it could be something. Last time we wondered where an important character was, Queen, it turned out that Oda intentionally left them off panel to be somewhere else, relatively unexpected. Next comment, I've got a feeling that the Strat Grand Fleet is going to go up exponentially after this, with the ex-Beast Pirates and the Samurai of Wano joining in. If you guys haven't caught on to this, this is the direction that the story is going. By the time that we get to some climactic final battle, Luffy is going to be the king of the pirates, and his crew and his allied captains and fleets is going to consist of pretty much everybody that they have defeated or encountered along the way. All these Beast Pirates that Chopper just saved, they're joining the Alliance. The question actually we should have is who's going to lead them? Because all of the factions have leaders. Like, for instance, we speculated the Big Mom Pirates are going to join the Strat Grand Fleet at some point in time. Their leader probably is going to be Katakuri. So Katakuri is going to be part of the Strat Grand Fleet, or if not the Grand Fleet, it's going to be an allied captain. I know these things aren't exactly the same, but for the purposes of the story, they could be considered synonymous. In the case of the Beast Pirates, I really don't think that the Strats are going to convert King, Queen, and Jack into an ally. So, actually, I'm thinking about Yamato leading the Beast Pirates after this arc is over, which actually puts a little bit of a wrench in the idea that Yamato joins the crew. I'm just going to throw that out there. The Samurai of Wano, on the other hand, is going to fall more in line with the various countries that these Strats have saved along the way, which will probably also join them in some sort of final battle or be important later on in the story, like Dressrosa, Alabasta, all these places are, at some point, they're going to put up a fight, and they're going to be there because world events are going to matter to them too. So the samurai won't be pirates, but they will be allies. Next comment, there's a couple things I haven't seen you or other theorists talk about lately. What will Appu do after seeing the Beast Pirates rebel? He was tasked to guard the Wendigo and failed. He looks pretty beaten up after fighting X-Drake. What will happen to him? For me, Appu will just join the Alliance to save his ass since he's realizing that he's on the losing side. The same thing can be said about Hawkins, who's been absent this whole time. I think Appu and Hawkins' treachery is pretty well telegraphed at this point in time, and I've thought from the beginning that all the Supernova at some point in time are going to join hands, even some of the Supernova that aren't here yet, in order to fight Kaido. But yeah, Appu should definitely know that he is absolutely screwed. And it just comes down to when he decides to say, okay, well, I know this, and it's time to fight. Hawkins, on the other hand, is a little bit more interesting to me because I don't think the cards are ever going to say that Luffy is 100% likely to defeat Kaido, or that's the more probable event. I'm not sure if that will ever happen, but I think that Luffy's inability to fall to 0% might be what convinces Hawkins to side with him. I think most everybody's forgotten about this, but we haven't seen Hawkins much in Onigashima, but one of the last times that we did, he predicted that a certain man's chance of survival the next day was 1%. There's obviously various theories as to who this was, but for me, the idea that always made the most sense was that he was referring to Luffy, because Luffy's chance of death is never 100%. He's always got a chance. So that felt in line with Hawkins' readings on Luffy in the past. And he made this reading at the very start of the battle, and it makes sense to read Luffy's fortune if the battle had just started and you knew he was there. So if you assume this to be true, you kind of know where the battle's gonna go the next day. It wasn't a prediction of victory, it was merely a prediction of survival. But to read this comment further, he brings up the numbers. Neither Oda nor anyone else have shown or talked about them in ages. There are still numbers like 1, 2, 3, 6, and 9 that haven't been shown. Why hasn't Oda introduced them yet? What impact will they make in this battle? This is a great question that I don't have an answer for either. I think that you can only expect that with unrevealed factions such as the Big Mom Pirates and the Numbers, their later introduction is going to prove to be potentially game-changing or put the Allies in a tough situation. That's just how I read the flow of the story. Like, all these good things are happening, players are switching sides, but it's these people that Oda has sort of off-screen for now that are going to come back and make this not feel like an imminent win.
Más seguro que nunca. Y es que me tiene a mí, el APBVA. Si no encuentra su tarjeta, ya no tiene que cancelarla. La apaga en segundos para que nadie la use. Y si la encuentra, la vuelve a prender. Prende y apaga tus tarjetas. Luis ve la oportunidad de estar más seguro.
BBVA, creando oportunidades.
Next comment. JB, I think it's worth the focus to look at the thematic device Oda keeps bringing up. Pirates are treacherous. This keeps surfacing from the Beast Pirates. Is it an element of what makes the Striped Pirates different? Or is it a serious look into the psyche of Kaido that he was betrayed? Kaido has to know forcing subservience isn't going to last. But is it treachery? Will he see his crew switching sides that way, despite his personal methods for gaining crew members? Will the Striped Pirates crew's loyalty and the strength of those bonds be what finally breaks Kaido? That and Linlin turning on him at any rate. So there's some things to unpack in this comment. I think that this was a really good comment. First off, it's an interesting question, right? Does Kaido look at all these factions switching sides as betrayal? I think that he does. I also think that he doesn't care. I think that Kaido assumes betrayal. So, like, for instance, what Queen did in this last chapter, turning various crew members into ice Onis, that's probably also betrayal. Kaido and the Beast Pirates, the higher-ups, they just do not care. Because that's how they see pirates operating. That's what they expect. And they probably think that you're an idiot if you don't expect it. Kaido would never have a moment like Whitebeard in Marineford with Squirtle because Kaido doesn't trust, I don't think that he trusts anybody. I think it's been made pretty abundantly clear that Kaido does expect Big Mom to betray him. It's just a question of when. As he said to Big Mom earlier when she started talking about road poneglyphs, he says, it's too early for you to betray me, come on. And it's because of this that future betrayal is relatively insignificant, at least in terms of its effect on Kaido himself, which is why I lean towards Big Mom not betraying Kaido. It's gotta happen in a surprising way. So the Big Mom Pirates and Big Mom's children betray Big Mom, which by happenstance and circumstance ends up betraying Kaido. Kaido's like, well, this is awkward. But in this way it happens in a way that even Kaido doesn't expect. But yeah, thematically, I think the idea that Oda is playing with is that there's going to be all these betrayals during this war, and it's all going to support Kaido's headcanon of what it means to be a pirate, what to expect of other pirates. Pirates betray other pirates. But at the end of the day, the Striped Pirates and those that they have connections to and with are going to prove him wrong. Like earlier in Wano, Oda has thrown out the idea of what exactly is the Allies going to do when it looks like they're going to lose. I still expect this is going to happen. And so it's going to be, well, Kid is going to run away, right? Law is going to run away, right? They're going to betray you, Luffy, because they're pirates. And then they don't. And of course, these Straw pirates won't betray any of their allies as well. But yeah, I think that it's pretty clear at this point in time that Kaido had something occur in his past which has convinced him of this mindset. He was betrayed or he's involved in some kind of betrayal. I personally think that Rocksteady Zebek was betrayed. And that's eventually, when Oda gets back to the scene and sort of explaining Kaido, that's going to be the incident that he focuses on, which has shaped Kaido's worldview. Next comment, I'm still waiting for the legend Oda said was going to appear in this arc. You might end up waiting for a very long time because I'm still convinced that the legend was I'm Sama. I'm not going to break it down here in this comment, but essentially when this interview came out and this quote happened, it was before the Reverie, and a lot of people assumed that Oda was talking about Wano, but by the wording of it, it could be purposefully misleading. I do not think that it is a coincidence that only a couple months after Oda dropped this interview, Im-sama was introduced during the Reverie. I think Im-sama was lurking legend. But I certainly won't complain if I'm wrong and there happens to be another. Next comment, I'm just trying to figure out what's up with the sounds like chickens in the background. So if you guys don't know, there's chickens in the background of every single one of my videos. You know, I don't live in a farm, I just have a larger backyard and 20 chickens. It gets tiresome having to re-record every line when the chickens decide to be noisy or roosters crow. I've got turkeys as well. The turkeys are too loud. I usually re-record them, but it's kind of like Where's Waldo? Chickens are somewhere in every single one of my videos. You just gotta find it. And finally, we have the last comment. For all those doubting the success of the Alliance and the victory of these tribes in Wano, remember the words of Mihawk during the battle in Marineford. And that is exactly what is slowly happening in this arc. One by one, all the tribes will show their greatness together. With all their new allies, it's Kaido and Big Mom that will fail, not the Strides. I mean, it wouldn't be One Piece, and it wouldn't be Oda if there wasn't a great debate. But I just want to make this very clear. Just because the Strides might be gaining allies during this fight, just because it might look like they're going to win, doesn't mean that they're going to win. A great example of this is Sabaody, right? The Strides made an ally of Kuma, and Kuma was, he played a pivotal role in that arc. But did they win? No. Kuma merely, as an ally, saved them from death. Right, I don't think that we need to say this more than once. Kaido is going to lose. Probably sooner rather than later, and the Strides and Luffy is going to be a big reason why. But for me, it's more interesting. It's important to find out how. What are the twists and turns in the story? This is one of those things that I imagine might get pretty technical, depending on what we get, just because people might claim that they're right, no matter how the story unfolds, just because we have different definitions and views on what constitutes a defeat. What constitutes the raid on Onigashima ending and failing. But I suppose lost in all this conversation is accurately describing what I want. And what I want is a serious and emotional arc that, it makes me feel something and it makes me feel scared. And we leave it with a sense of unease. Either a victory that doesn't feel like a victory, or a defeat in the middle of the battle before the victory. So far, Wano's been really, really good, but I think it's going to miss the mark if everything just happens to go right and the Straw Hats win. Don't get me wrong, this is the majority of arcs in One Piece, right? This is the template which Oda has followed throughout the story, and throughout the story, we haven't had a problem with this. And maybe this is partly misconstrued expectations, but this is around the time of the story when we get to the end, when you expect, Oda to do everything that he didn't want to do or has been saving up for the entire story, to really take the story to the next level. Not just a template of go to the next island, are we going to defeat the opponent, are we not, but we know that we're going to defeat them, and then, everybody survived for the most part, and we move on to the next island, and it's happy-go-lucky. Like, this is the time to take the story to the next level, and I want to feel that. There's some who might say, why do you expect One Piece to change, but this all exists within the flow of a story. Obviously, you have, a story within every arc, but then there's the grand flow from arc to arc. We have to reach a point of crisis. But anyway, guys, that is pretty much all I had to say today. As always, I'm curious as to what you guys think. Leave your thoughts in the comment section below. Like the video if you liked the video, dislike the video if you disliked the video, subscribe if you want to be notified for my future content. And as always, guys, have a wonderful day. This is a theory, a direction I've never taken before, and that actually means something because I've speculated a lot. In some ways, this is going to be the opposite of everything you may believe that the story has been telling you. In other ways, this theory is going to be exactly what you always thought, what intuitively makes sense. But yeah, today's objective is simple, but at the same time daunting. It's going to be a long one, so strap yourselves in, because we're going to try to reveal the Void Century. Hey YouTube, Joeboy here. So, if you haven't checked out my last video, Emu's Nature and Tequila Wolf, The Meaning of Freedom, now is a good time. In many ways, the two videos are related and build off of each other. I wouldn't say that it's like required, but I do think that it will add something to the experience, so the link for it will be in the description if you are interested. But yeah, if your patience is short for theories and discussions, I highly recommend that you stay here, because that video is more of a teaser. It asks questions more than anything else. This is the creme. But unfortunately, before we can get into new theories, we first have to cover old theories. Theories that I personally talked about on my channel. So in many ways, this is going to be a mega theory. If you know all these theories by heart, you've been following me for long enough and closely enough, then I would recommend checking out this section that I'm going to title Think Sake, and I'll include a link in the description for a time step of where roughly I get into new stuff. But yeah, guys, I really want to do these theories right because I find that they are absolutely crucial. The Ancient Kingdom is like this mysterious entity within the One Piece world. We learn of them from Professor Clover. During Robin's flashback, it was this great technologically advanced kingdom that fell during the Void Century during a conflict with the 20 Kings, who later went on to form the world government and became celestial dragons. But yeah, we don't know too much about the Ancient Kingdom, but from what we do, I think we can speculate something interesting and surprising about them. Most important, the Ancient Kingdom created the poneglyphs. Through this, we know that it's likely that the Kozuki family from Wano were members of or friends with the Ancient Kingdom. They were the ones who actually created the poneglyphs. Poneglyphs which describe the story of the Ancient Kingdom. I think that a lot of people assume this kingdom to be something standard, ordinary. A great kingdom is, a great kingdom. But perhaps not. I want you to look at the Kozuki family crest, their symbol. What does it look like to you? To me, it looks almost like, very similar to, a Jolly Roger, a symbol of pirates. It may be missing the trademarked skull, but I believe we can clearly see what would typically be your crossed bone. In addition, I believe it's important. It is the Kozuki tradition to tattoo their symbol onto their subordinates, onto their vassals, just like a pirate crew would. So given the connection between the Kozuki and the Ancient Kingdom, my question for you is this. Was the Ancient Kingdom actually a kingdom of pirates? And would the king of this kingdom be called the Pirate King?
Ay, ¿Qué dijiste? ¿Sexo anal? ¿Tomas fotos bien putonas cuando vengas? Bien putonas. Putonasas. ¿Sí? Ya no te voy a traer mi tanga, ¿ya? Ya, gracias. Y aquí está, pues, el Drácula versión Slowpoke. Duerme de día y está despierto de noche con sus chiquistriquis. Y yo soy tu chiquistriquis. No lo sé. No te escucho. Que no vi la llamada. No lo sé. ¿Cómo está Champi? Un bebecito bebelín. Lo extraño mucho. Ya es 21 de marzo. Pareciera que ayer nomás habíamos celebrado Año Nuevo. Yo feliz, ¿ah? Ya, pero múdate conmigo. Ayer le estaba contando a mi mamá que no, sobre la app que encontré y lo que te dice con cada paso y a cada hora que pasa qué cosa. Y luego que me dijo, qué chévere, ¿no? Entonces le dije, así no, he tratado de dejar la gaseosa 2 veces en los últimos días y no pasó. Y me dijo, ya, que venga y se mude acá pues 3 meses y voy a saber cómo le cambiamos su dieta. Y yo me quedé como que, ¿en 3 meses? Me dijo, sí. Es que, o sea, mi mamá siempre ha sido como verduras. Y yo también un poco, ¿no? O sea, no era tan fan, o sea, pero sí las como, pues. Y ahora, en esta app, hay una función premium que, o sea, de acuerdo a tu peso y tus goals, como que te dice que, o sea, qué cosa comer, pero no exactamente qué cosa comer, ¿no? Yo me imagino, ponte, si te ponen que comas un brócoli, de ley te van a decir como que las calorías que emanan, ¿no? Entonces, tipo, puedo reemplazar el brócoli por coliflor, ¿no? Así, o sea, no creo que sea tan estricto, porque la idea del fasting, o sea, de esta app es como que que no solamente comas como que pollo y agua, es como que también comas verduras y cosas así, de acuerdo a la estación. Obviamente es de acuerdo a la de Estados Unidos, ¿no? Pero obviamente lo puedo adaptar a la de acá. Y estuve viendo comida ayer. ¿Quieres que te cuente? ¿Te cuento? Ya, te cuento. Se nota que no tengo amigos, ¿no? Bueno, entonces, me entró la curiosidad porque a las 9, 11 horas, no sé, por ahí, tu cuerpo hace ketosis. Entonces es cuando empiezas a utilizar los fat cells, los que convierten en energía y todo lo vaya. Entonces, antes de eso es cuando los niveles de azúcar suben porque acabas de comer, entonces tu cuerpo produce insulina y ahí recién como que 9 horas después, creo 6, que ya digiriste gran parte de la jama, como que los niveles de insulina empiezan a bajar y que cuando, o sea, es como cuando hay, como que cuando ya pasó todo el azúcar, ¿no?, a la sangre, de ahí tiene como que hacer el proceso inverso a los músculos para pasarle el glycogen, o sea, el azúcar a los músculos y a los demás órganos para que se puedan alimentar, ¿no? Entonces es como que tiene que mantener el cuerpo un nivel estable de azúcar, sino como que no deads, pero o sea, si estás acostumbrado a un ritmo de azúcar, como que tienes que mantenerlo. Aparte que entre comillas es bueno. Y ojo, no tienes que comer como que azúcar. También puede ser como que carbohidratos que después se convierten en azúcar. Entonces, por eso me decían que el vodka se convertía en azúcar y ese azúcar se convertía en grasa. Y es de verdad. Pero ya, la cosa es que estuve viendo como que, no, ketosis. Y obviamente me sonaba a la dieta keto. O sea, keto. Entonces me puse a buscar keto diet en Pinterest y me salía pura jama como que nada estricta, o sea, punto, o sea, solamente si hacían muffins, en vez de usar harina normal, usaban harina de avena, harina de otra cosa, ¿verdad? Entonces, reemplazando esos ingredientes, obviamente es más sano, ¿no?